Ah. Oh. Oh. But here we here we
You're doing
are
such a
now.
good job introducing that I thought I'll just sit here and continue reading Full Metal Alchemist while you do that.
Oh.
Oh.
That'll do it.
That
That'll
would
do
fucking
it.
do it.
Okay, you should be able to hear me now, right? I've been talking for fucking...
So can you hear all of us now?
I've been talking for 2 minutes.
So could people just hear me and Jacqueline going,
Yeah.
Okay, we got the trio. Okay, cool.
Did you
We're all
know?
good.
Did you know that I'm great at streaming? I don't know why OBS decided to just disconnect my microphone, but sure. Hello, hi, it's me. I'm Mac. I'm hosting the stream today, and I'm doing a great job, clearly. I'm joined by my usual friend, Jacqueline.
Hey, it's me, Jacqueline Swampert. My pronouns are she and her. And wait, they're doing the wrong thing.
Were you about to intro Last Bastion?
Yeah, I was. Oh God, it's been a day.
And we have a special guest tonight because PB is cleaning their old apartment. Not to put you on blast, but hey, you're doing good work. Jane's here.
Hello, I'm Jane, pronouns she, her. I co-host on Wise Girls with Jacqueline most weeks.
Fuck yeah. Instead of playing Virtue's Last Reward, we're playing Of the Devil. This is the demo. This is episode 0. Episode 1 came out, though, so we're going to dig into that once we've played the demo, which is tonight's project. So, Jane, you've played this, right?
I have.
Okay, so you're going to be our girl in the chair, as it were, because I haven't yet.
And Jane's made me play half of it.
So we've got a nice little spread of has played it, played half of it, not played it at all. And the one who hasn't played it at all is the one who's controlling it. I do want to show you what the pause menu looks like.
Yeah.
Look at how fucking cute this is. Look at that phone charm.
Oh, that's very good.
I love the little phone charms. I love that they have physics for when you bring the phone up and down.
Ooh.
Okay, I'm not going to accidentally quit the game. Shall we get started?
Yeah.
That sounds good.
In we go. Okay, so we are going to have to do voices. Awesome. Hope you're ready for this. Shall I take this, or do one of you want to take narration?
I don't know. Either way, I mean, you have traditionally, or we've traditionally done like Matt gets to be the pro tag, but so that could continue, or do we do something different?
Yeah, I mean, I can pick it up. Why not?
Go for it.
I'm gonna start a voice, and then I'm going to realize like that the voice doesn't fit at all, and it's gonna be great.
Yeah, and if you want to switch off at any point, let us know.
Yeah, we'll rotate. We'll rotate. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambiance. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. This city's got insomnia with the uneven heart rate to prove it. I love cyberpunk. Can we talk about the fact that cyberpunk is great? All of
Cyberpunk is good when it's written good.
That's true. That's true. All of the, like, reading that I've done about this game frantically in the last 2 days has told me that it's just cyberpunk Ace Attorney, which I'm into.
Yeah. I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine's gonna die in jail.
Oh, shit, let's go.
Sorry, I'm just looking at Morgan going, yeah. Yeah. Criminal attorney. Hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. By the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Toxic Yuri instead of Charming Yaoi is the big difference. Yeah, no, that's real. Listen, I love me some Toxic Yuri.
I believe the developers have referred to some of the stuff that goes on in this game as quote-unquote girl yaoi.
Let's go.
Fuck yeah, that's the shit that I like. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. Whether it's incandescent or neon or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity. Anonymity is scarce. Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. Should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Oh, this smoke effect whips.
Oh, yeah. Checkerboard ass.
Look at that.
Chowder ass smoke effect.
That's so true.
Not that there's much else I can do until... My phone?
Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved.
This game looks incredible. This art style rules so hard. It's awesome.
You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter.
Currently texting with state.system.
We love to text the state, don't we, folks? Arrive at least 15 minutes early.
PB, I wasn't arguing with you to play this on stream. You gotta believe me. I'll try.
I arrived 15 minutes late for an eye appointment again today, so I really feel that I'll try.
Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy.
Sub-Zero. And he shall appear. Joe Henry?
Precinct 254. It's goddamn ghost town. Nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. Also, casually watching the stream to make sure it's good. Oh, you can see my mouse. That's great. Hear about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. Whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. Gotta spend it to make it. If you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. Let's go! I love a game that isn't afraid to swear.
Yeah.
So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. Okay, Use mouse to look around for points of interest that you can click on, or press space to find them automatically. You'll earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Awesome! Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So don't go broke. Screenshotting that. Hello. That rocks. Okay. Oh, hello. Show me this. Data pack? I'll play. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Keep an eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight on the world around you and credit towards your investigation. Choose the proper takeaway after reading and you'll earn additional bonus credit too. Ooh!
Reading comprehension test.
Oh shit. Who wants to read it?
I
Oh
can do
my
it.
god!
There's a lot of it.
That's a lot of text! Should
Subway
we just,
fixes. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, do we just read the yellow text, maybe?
Sure,
Shane, do you want to read it?
I can do that. Subway fixes axed. City to refocus on canopy. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid superinfrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets.
Okay. Reaction to the announcement could be characterized as blasé.
Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters instead attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities. As one of the Canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often been himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution.
Okay, so we have the canopy replacing the existing subway system, and we have and we have a guy who is one of the backers of it, but who's also maybe embezzling funds?
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
For the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the Canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. But with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute.
So then they're really just... okay. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication and possibly even a rallying cry.
Interesting.
Already
Jesus, I'm
considered by
looking at
many-
that number going, oh shit.
Already considered by many to be a rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels, but momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget.
Oh, yeah?
No one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package.
Shout out.
It appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter.
Oh my god.
Really fucking
too real.
funny. And they have an Edgar Mollusk in this one. Ballsy of them putting the paywall there. As if I'd reach for my wallet after having to read A World Like Aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. Takeaways that the city will be focusing its efforts on. There will be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment. Not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters.
I love that it really is like a fucking, 10th grade reading comprehension quiz.
Fucking truly.
It's a visual novel. You need to make sure that people can do that.
Fair enough.
Alright, let's look in here. Actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Oh, museums tend to feel expensive and clean.
I've been to some shitty museums, I don't know.
Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah, 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 blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel. And all during billable hours. I'd rather take 10th grade standardized English tests than play more Danganronpa bullshit minigames, PP. You're so right. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them.
Oh, Hell World.
Hell World.
Oh,
This
yeah.
reminds me so much of Gnomon in a way, by Nick Harkaway. Great book that I desperately need to finish.
I have never heard of this.
It's very, very good. Medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken. Entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications.
Same.
Well, this desk is programmed for check-in and information only. If you're experiencing an emergency, please use our universal contact number at string not found. There we go. I saw the string not found. And I needed to know what the prelude to that was. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. There's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of Silver Plan coverage, courtesy of Caduceus as a reward for any... Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Is there anything... Oh, I found the top menu.
Oh my god.
There's so much text in this game.
There's a lot of text in this game. And I read very quickly. Conductive resin. Screen cracked, schedule a fixed year.
Incredible. Datapad. Can only display what's streamed to them from local networks.
Originally marketed as a replacement for ecologically wasteful newspapers. And magazines and
absolutely.
flyers. Holograms. The Watterson illusion phenomenon. Okay, so we know we're after the year 2059 because they were originally patented in late 2059.
Uh-huh. Holiday season of 2061.
We're sorry to see that you've installed a subroutine on this device to disable and highlight our recommended premium external links.
Oh my god.
We understand your drive for personalization, but unauthorized tech impacts our ability to serve you the best, most relevant information possible. Consider disabling your subroutine so we can serve you a more tailored browsing experience.
I noticed that you have an ad blocker on. Do you hate websites? Frown.
Seraph said, this is my real qualm with a lot of e-readers because I can't mount like terabyte SD cards to store files on them easily. So true.
This is why I've literally just like put Caliber on my computer at this point, because you could just like put EPUBs into that.
Oh, okay, I see. So we still have we can go back to the article about the subway. Sorry in advance for how fast I'm scrolling. Oh my gosh, you've got the options down below.
It seems like you've got $4.
And I have $4. Oh, okay. So I can click on it here. figuring out how the controls of this game work. Okay, I'm gonna hit the space bar and see what happens. Aha!
Ooh.
High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Yeah, if you want to read everything, you can get the demo. It's free. So, pragmatic brutalism, so textbook it can teach freshman level architecture. That's a great line. Can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. Civil planning equivalents of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago, they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now, with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. Alright. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. Cute.
Dot dot dot.
Booted up fine. So far, so good.
Good morning.
Morgan, here for the public defender contract.
Could you please provide your name and... Great. Please stand still for a moment.
I wouldn't call intake hollows charming, more like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech so long as it never speaks out of turn.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth?
So far, so good, was it? Does it really matter?
I guess you need a date of birth.
Yeah.
And I don't see that, like, tattooed on her forehead.
Say, why don't you just scan my ID card?
Great. Now could you just confirm your date of birth for me?
Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the damn ID card, and my profile. Have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong.
You know where it's going.
Oh, nice. Day after Christmas. Oh, AB negative blood type. Okay. Occupation, criminal defense attorney. Likes puzzles, smoking wooden furniture. Dislikes commercials, hairdressers, and jogging.
Oh, absolutely.
Talent, can fall asleep in any position. Coffee, decaf, drink, whiskey sour. Phenomenal. What a character. December 26th. Okay. Don't worry, I'm not a world-class airhead. No problem. My birthday's December 26th.
Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor.
I think it would be fucked up if your character profile lied to you.
That'd be interesting. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract.
Like smoking wooden furniture? You could just say bonfires. So true, Seraph.
If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to Counseling Quarter 3C.
Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room?
I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards.
Ah, to pretend that we're not a police state. I understand. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection dully warped across gunmetal walls.
Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else?
Because of what I read earlier, you've unlocked an additional question.
Ooh.
Read and examine at every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most out of your questioning. Ooh, okay. Why the disrepair? I know the city is not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty?
This facility is currently undergoing renovations.
Since when? The 60s?
It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated.
They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they?
I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered.
I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack?
Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work.
Well, that's all that matters, right? I love her little sprites. They're so cute. It feels rude to ask what she is. I know what she is.
I know what you are.
I know what you are. Fuck it. What are you?
I'm a smart user interface proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages?
No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. Oh, even she knows it. That'll be all. Thank you.
You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office, through the door to your right.
Thanks. But I think it's just me for now, so you could go on break if you like.
Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor.
Then what were you doing before I walked in?
You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office.
Through the door to the right. Thank you. Ads don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. I love her. Oh, it tells you the name of the track in the top right. That's good. I like that.
Vital quality of life feature in a game, I am not kidding.
Absolutely.
Yeah, truly, truly, truly.
And you'll be faint voice.
Oh, yes. Eyes gone bad or some?
A voice. No, voices coming from down the hall.
Yours, probably.
Oh, wait.
Thank God I stopped for directions. Building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy.
Jacqueline, do you want to be older, rougher, and decidedly low energy, or the other one?
Do you have a preference, knowing this game better?
I'll go with older, rougher, surprisingly low energy.
Okay. What time is it for you, by the way, Jane?
It's like midnight.
Oh, sure.
It's alright. Appreciate you worrying about me.
Hey, no problem. God forbid I try to be serious.
While the other rings with youthful indignation.
It's not like our job is important or anything.
You're edging Quark there a little bit, Jacqueline.
Oh, you're right.
Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex.
Because why else would you bother to print all that out?
One document or 100 looks the same on a datapad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know them better than their priest, their mother,
Their big brother?
I wasn't going to say that.
So how many of those sheets were blank then?
No red carpet tonight, officers?
Oh, sorry about that, Mom. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway.
But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer?
I am. Morgan Esquire. Pleased to meet you.
Same here, Councillor Hassim London. And the Bowl of Sunshine here is my partner, Farah Reyes.
Phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal! Really good character names!
Ball of sunshine?
She certainly is.
Huh?
Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chat between the departments has been hectic all night.
Oh, it's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette.
Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80?
She can't be more than a few years younger than me.
Ahem. Where the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight we're also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs.
Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene.
Oh, no, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes.
Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion.
Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything?
She's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation.
Our ongoing investigation.
Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity?
Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. A fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room.
Oh, the fucking inverted color switch rocks, actually.
So good.
So cool.
And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead out of it. Plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm onto some other night owl and go back to bed.
I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. Are we ready for a lore dump?
Let's go.
Fucking incredible synchronicity there, y'all.
Hey, that's what we've been training for. They cover utilities of the rock you live under?
Is there a problem?
You're seriously not familiar with HK?
Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks. Their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net. Yeah, Morgan is so cool. Everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. Oh, shout out!
I love her.
I take it he's a repeat offender?
Was it the killer part that tipped you off?
You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it.
Along with everyone else.
One bullet straight through the heart, body left to lie where it falls.
Hence the name Heartbreak? Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality.
What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Uh-huh.
Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's, pretty good shooting, isn't it?
Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that?
It's a whole different beast.
Takes a certain kind of monster. A real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise.
I see. Really good, actually. Which one do I want to hit?
2 good directions here.
2 very good directions here. Nice.
Likes killing, dislikes getting caught.
Favorite color, probably red. Zodiac sign, probably not into astrology.
Oh.
Reward suspended due to influx of false reports. Shout out.
Homicide. Likes photography, dive bars, and bangs. Dislikes ties, potion, and after hours work massage.
That is
Pollen.
Messages.
Oh.
Listens to podcasts, hobby pencil sketching, frequently running late.
Oh, do you think he listens to Unwise Girls?
He has to, surely. He's a man of good taste.
Oh yeah. Homicide detective 3rd class, rice, limes, and automotive history. Liar, small plates, and cheap people.
Enjoys watching product reviews.
Oh my god. You know she's on TikTok.
You know it. Bad at games
Bad
of
at-
chance. Right eye, Osiris Elite 86.
This looks like a regular live
Really?
patch to me.
A detective has to be a real sicko to listen to true crime outside of work.
It's so true. Let's go with... Oh, I have another search terms. Oh, okay. Automated dependence. Ads. Let's go with, robotic. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that...
No, it is not. There's no such thing as killer robots, madam.
Of course, my mistake. So all those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky, I guess they're all firing blanks.
Fair enough. Machines can kill, and they have been for decades. But they don't commit murder.
Right.
Evil like Heartbreak is all organic.
That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders.
Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5.
Pardon?
You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. When we caught the son of a bitch red-handed.
So you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer and tonight was just his latest crime? That's a serious accusation with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up.
I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood.
Great fucking screenshot.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's not good, is it? Girly pop, that's an understatement.
Oh.
What you say certainly sounds compelling.
That lawyer talk for open and shut?
But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders?
It's all there in the discovery files, and the ARCs, of course. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need.
Morgan does fucking rule. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you some questions while I've got you here?
The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives?
The ace attorney. This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant.
Yeah.
Come on, sunshine. Not like we're going to be punching out anytime soon, right?
Can I... Augmented reality crime scene is an investigative tool in which data harvested by the sensors worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene. Blah, blah, blah. After its introduction in the early 2060s, technology briefly came under public scrutiny, blah, 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 when the United Media Casters released a series of reports claiming that ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials to erase state secrets. No fucking shit, dog. These reports were later found to be fake, and UMC was exposed as a subsidiary of a cell corporation within Lambda Work Solutions, who are marketing alternatives to ARCs.
It's even more nightmarish than it seemed at first.
Yeah, it's even worse. Board members denounced the action of said cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership, but the proceedings and settlements of these lawsuits remain sealed. Fascinating. What? You telling me digital records are going to be altered? No. Nah, that can't be true.
Whatever. Let your client stew in interrogation all night for all I care.
You mean the counseling quarters?
We're at your disposal, counselor.
Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Reyes' desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mode of personalization. She's so new, she hasn't had time to unpack? Is she really that uptight and boring?
Huh?
Both, maybe. Alright, latest noble androids receive a warm welcome. Jacqueline, do you want to hit this one?
Oh yeah, let's see.
Basically just the yellow text.
Some bolstered by strong earnings report and surging sales of the Anima 16. Noble Electronics stock rose a stunning 3% this week to a new record high. Investors are skeptical. The 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. Warm androids, but looked down upon impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. Noble were alienating their customers in the industrial and military sectors to cater to civilians. Users that view their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, the Anima 16 is poised to break profitability records with no sign of slowing down. And it looks like they'll completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. The success of Noble's androids in general can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Ashore. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century. On stage, the latest hashtag Noble Industry Weekend. His Turing solution and every Noble product are so beloved. Dr. Ashore himself was nowhere to be seen. He's reclusive. Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can help keep you reading?
I hate it so much.
He's in the news again. No wonder. Can't spit without it landing on a piece of Noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. To know if they'll fight when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just... Ooh, good question, actually. Let me look at that again really quick, because it's impractical due to costs. Yeah. They are frail, but it is, it's a cost thing. Oh, okay. Okay, so it was the frailty. That one got me.
Yeah, that was tricky.
I feel like that one can go either way.
Increased cost due to frailty, which makes sense. Oh, you shouldn't have cleaned up so much for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily, alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks.
Huh?
And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper, I'll give him that. Loose wires, missing panels, an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt tightening in a homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They've got a stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, what with our dear, doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. Dumping grounds for the police force's most unambitious and the least popular. Okay.
Brutal.
Nothing else jumps out at me around here. I've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with, at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. Should have been sent a link.
You've been granted access to state files regarding case KL433511. Reply C to confirm.
Confirm.
You need to reply C in order to confirm.
Am I talking to a person?
I am an automated dependent.
Ads are usually more polite.
Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences.
So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian.
You need to reply C.
See.
It's case sensitive.
Capital C.
Thank you. Link.uxi/43351.
Alright, if I project from my phone. Oh hey, the Unity icon! What a
Listen,
little
they
bitch
gotta use
affectionate.
something.
Oh.
I also would
Interesting.
have just copy-pasted the C. Alright, let's see what the police have. And what they think is important. Victim's body. Cause of death. Ballistic trauma, class 4 blood loss, atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart in brief. Death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood splatter, forensics, and all that other good stuff tells them she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. Stand-up mirror shattered and knocked over. Real glass, no screens or cameras here. Was hit hard. Hard enough to come unattached from its arm while shards of glass were scattered. Far enough to land on the victim's body. Ooh, I do like to see pink text.
Yes.
What a mess. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. And yet there's not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. Murder weapon. Revolver found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. No signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris? Flag is irrelevant. That's their technical assessment. Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything that the police highlighted. But did I miss anything?
Ooh, interesting.
Can I... Love whatever that is.
Uh-huh.
Something in the victim's hand. How the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. That would be Tuesdays. Looks like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and tripexosone, a synthetic glucocorticoid medication. Please understand that the word stammers is me and not Morgan.
Absolutely.
Taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. Autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating, but the kicker's everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before. Not much more. Oh, hold on. Turn my alarm off. Give me a quick second. I have to take my med. Just literally right next to me, so it will take me like 10 seconds.
Your glucocorticoid,
No.
Gotta make sure you're suppressing all that phantom pain from your robot arm.
I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get start. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important.
Red.
What couldn't wait until morning?
Good news, of course. Got a job for you.
That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated patrol.
Well, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks.
that's not something that you want to admit in a text, brat.
This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and phishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher.
Not that kind of lawyer, sorry.
Hey, at least let me finish.
What did they do?
Make me run laps.
And not illegal.
Let me finish. They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomachache.
Said.
Gotta be like youth endangerment, depraved indifference, or some kind of shit.
Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time.
What's with the blow off?
Nice phrasing.
Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See?
Shout out. Is that your mugshot?
I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot
Oh my god.
and use it as a reaction.
Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so...
Anything cool?
Homicide.
Oh, cringe.
I might make this be the thumbnail.
Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK?
Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about?
Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder like Hearty B is like...
Cardi B.
quaint.
Quaint! It's not heartbreak.
Then why'd you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up lost cause, probe nose work?
Oh no.
It's pro bono.
That was autocorrect.
You know they give lit homework for a reason, right?
This is borderline concern nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker.
I'm not a sucker.
Nice phrasing, lol.
You should go to bed, Fran.
Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want.
Huh.
Hey, that's true.
It's Visual
Interesting.
Novel Saturday, Morgan.
Tomorrow's Sunday. Because today is Saturday.
What's with the Carpe Diem shit?
I knew that pillbox was going to be relevant.
Uh-huh.
It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You've got school in like 3 hours.
Shit.
Repeat offenders may be good for business. That kid's bad for my blood pressure.
Important text message, I take it.
Just your typical teenage drama. So then, If you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. Yeah, let's start with details. How about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with?
Your client, Carlos Becker Flat, was arrested at the scene at 9:50 p.m.
Using his middle name already. I really do think he's a serial killer.
The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn.
First degree? That's...
Increasingly rare.
to say the least.
It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder.
Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him?
5 times. And that makes him insane.
I was gonna go with extraordinary.
Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nutjobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this was premeditated?
How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up?
A warm-up?
5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims.
Have we considered the fact that it's possible that the Heartbreak Killer is not one killer, but 6 different guys with one gun?
Ooh, that's a fun idea. The fucking sister,
Oh.
the fucking brotherhood of the traveling gun.
None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing.
So the serial killer chose his victims at random. If they have nothing in common,
Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that they all look like cousins.
oh, huh. Well, you could have led with that, Reyes.
The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight.
It is bro bonding, you're so right, Sarah. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon, couldn't it be?
A coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets.
Did I just get hit in the head with something? Because that was really funny.
HK's got himself a type, anyone can see that. You really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance?
Young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from a portrait, but I can take the hint. So you think what, exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first?
Hey, if the shoe fits,
If the shoe fits.
then you put the shoe on the...
What Sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences.
drifters, loners, strangers, workers.
He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on those other similar women.
Or he's just gone so far he can't tell the difference anymore.
It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal, execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile. If you ask me. Oh, Oh, okay.
What was up with that?
What was up with that? That was really cool.
Seemed
Probably
like nothing.
Probably fine. Probably nothing. I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy. But do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events?
Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth. But we've managed thanks to less biased sources.
And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statement.
So they interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work.
The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 p.m.
Oh, shout out to Reyes' eye just projecting
Yeah.
a data screen. That rocks.
Oh, yeah?
Neighbors were very clear about that part.
Yeah, this game fucking whips.
Couldn't wait to tell us all about the happy couple's domestic problems.
Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks.
As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle.
There wasn't.
Furniture turned over, glass shattered. But things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then, there's a gunshot.
Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time.
Right, emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. But the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming.
Officers arrive on the street at 9:08 p.m., establish a perimeter, enter through the open front door at 9:10 p.m. And then they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. At which point they move to secure the scene, and the suspect.
Sorry, did you say his hand singular?
Your client's modded, cybernetic right arm.
How modded are we talking about here?
Registered with a Neo 85. Wait.
That's
How, I think that
How?
is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I had it very small. How 85 habilis. I also thought it said nobilis for some reason. Industrial grade looks like.
They've got the letters of the H's along this, like, white border, so it makes sense.
Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means minimum grip strength of... Well, basically... He could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth.
Huh.
Considering a career change?
No, it's not that. It's just... Your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. Wow. Holy shit, Morgan.
Oh my god. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable?
I actually thought the same thing the first time we met.
You what?
But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. He can't work without it, money got tight.
The arguing?
Yeah.
When did he put his arm in for repairs?
8 days before HK's first victim was killed.
Huh. Weird timing, but okay.
Very interesting.
Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence.
Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver. And no one else's.
A revolver? What kind?
The old kind. The real old kind.
More specifically, a caliber M54, 6-chamber 10 millimeters.
Calver? How retro?
You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags.
No tags? How's that? Just how old are we talking here?
Yeah. 24/7 location data, timestamp trigger pulls, safeties coded to owner, biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous.
So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes?
How else do you think he'd have gotten away with this 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in.
So then M54, that's...
Model year 2054.
30-year-old gun. Oh, that sure complicates things, doesn't it?
In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country. And fewer still compatible bullets.
The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old, too.
The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far. But now we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good.
Huh.
Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets that the gun your client was found with.
Rifling marks.
Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel shape.
So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks...
We know that they were all fired by the same gun.
It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber.
Without even needing to reload.
The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that.
Untagged gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize then, you believe that my client fought verbally then physically with his girlfriend. And then he retrieved this weapon and shot her.
Yeah, pretty much.
I wonder how much someone could get by renting an untagged gun. Yeah, I'm thinking about that, Seraph. How did he look when the officers found him?
Guilty.
How is his affect?
Quiet, detached, stiff.
Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner.
Whoops. That reaction may have lost him points with cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. So long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Let's jump to androids and cops. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff.
It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade?
I thought there'd at least be a few androids around.
Aren't many androids in any police station this week, not while the brass is renegotiating contracts.
Contracts with Noble?
Good guess.
Hardly. They're the biggest.
Hardly. They're the biggest robotics corp there is.
Hysterical.
Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow.
Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here.
Saves us some money on shipping, at least. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for noble ads by the end of the month.
Sarah says, damn, sometimes writing just makes a game, huh? You are so right. The writing on this game rules. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids?
Yeah, warm. Ugh, might as well call it the adult line.
Might see him in the bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet.
Yes? You really think that'll happen?
We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big a stretch to me.
Alright, which character, everybody vote now on your phones, which character in this game is secretly an android?
I don't... it's gonna be...
The Fran.
Fran. Yeah, I was gonna say Fran too. You're joking, right? Android detectives? With all
Seraph
the pain
said-
we go through...
Seraph said,
God.
Reyes, easy.
With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us?
Actually, honestly, if I were to call anyone in this game out for being, like, the one human in a sea of androids, I would say it's Reyes. You give a girl like this a weird cybernetic eye, she's defo human.
Yeah.
No, I think she's a robot who actually just got an organic eye installed.
Oh, okay. I see. With your worm personality? I can't imagine.
A cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, you're gonna be put in a bad mood.
My counterpoint to it being Reyes is that it's London.
An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on a list.
Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites, we already get all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too.
The union would... The police union wouldn't let that happen.
Sure about that? She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Let's talk about Heartbreak. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobats trying to piece together a story.
Yeah, top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read.
It's not just journalists though, all kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks.
Can you blame them, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with...
We know what he's gotten away with.
Take a look around us, Detective. National DNA Registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rates at an all-time highs.
But you gonna spout some alt-pow bullshit about invasions of privacy?
No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along...
Good point.
London's trying to look like he can laugh it off. Pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged. And that...
Makes them predict.
Awesome! Awesome! I am so excited to find out what the fuck is going on there.
Oh my, me too.
That
Yeah,
rules.
well. Even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department 50,
That's SOP.
Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details.
My guess based on... no. SOP in my job means service of process. I would... It's a different thing.
Department shit or piss.
True.
That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get.
But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but... standard operating procedure?
Standard operating procedure, you're so right.
It's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place.
Why is that?
Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system.
Okay, that's fucking weird. You have all this surveillance in place in the state, and you didn't catch any of the other 5 fucking okay, whatever. How is that even possible? I know that there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once?
You think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did?
I understand your concern, Mom, but optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state's security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt.
Oh my fucking god, Seraph, I can't believe you're being funny in our chat again. I need there to be 46 copycat heartbreak killers just so we can get to HK-47, and he should be fully an android.
So true.
It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent.
One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. Ooh.
It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes.
Crazy music moment there.
Oh yeah.
That was a great little beat.
Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved. But the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts. And the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict.
I see.
But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning.
They'd have mentioned it if my client was a cop. And he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city?
HK's only ever struck at times and locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, it can't possibly be coincidence.
That is why they haven't caught HK yet. He's actually a cop. Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed,
Yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment.
What about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match?
There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes.
No footage and no forensics.
Also, no motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon.
Until now.
Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue.
Scanners, cams, drones, forensics. No matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. The only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along.
So was my client on the list of suspects before tonight?
Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects.
We questioned some X's, a few CIs. Someone even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting on some kind of psyche val or something, but I never expected much to come from that. There's just not enough there to work with.
In other words, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. Even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think?
Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly gonna have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt.
Why is that?
Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk.
Now, hold on a second. That wasn't the fucking arc. Well, that's, unexpected.
Record scratch, freeze frame.
I bet you're wondering how I got into this case.
I'm sorry, you're now telling me that he wrote a confession? Has it been verified?
Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front line.
Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints.
There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you, it doesn't exactly make for light reading.
I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Sorry for everything, can't say it enough, didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not sick, so spelled that way. Want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them and didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough, I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. That's not a fucking confession!
No.
What are you talking about? That's not a confession!
It doesn't read quite exactly like one, but I mean, I don't know. Sounds like a murder to me.
That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact.
Well, got a spin on that?
No need.
But it's a confession.
Not a confession that he signed, though, is it?
Well, not yet.
And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation.
Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer. And got you. Guess you're both lucky.
Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to go ahead and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he?
Look, Counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well.
Kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger.
He killed 6 women.
None of them were redheads.
Oh.
I love her so much. Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind.
Mike's on or off is your call, Counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuffs, the cuff that is, stays on.
That worried about me. How chivalrous.
Yeah, my armor's practically blinding.
London is also very funny.
Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle.
Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I suggest you help him sign that confession.
Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, Detective.
I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not going to like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's...
Being challenged before the Supreme Court.
Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from... well... that's probably a win for your client, right?
Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty. That much is true. Saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. No one will ever be grateful toward the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. Oh, okay, confirmed year 2086.
3:35. Oh, it's nap time. It's fucking Betty by time.
I want to see something really quick.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so this is probably him, blah, blah, blah. Oh, look, he doesn't have his arm. Registered at birth. We don't know anything about him yet. I actually wanted to go look at virtual work release. Oh!
Huh.
Well,
Fascinating.
well, that's not good.
That's very interesting. Oh my god.
I love what's happening in the background right now. I'm gonna go back to it.
Yeah.
There he is.
Jane, you or me?
Uh, I can do this one.
Sure.
Oh, it's depressing as hell in here. They need to liven this place up.
I think this is as far as I've gotten, so I'm very excited for the rest of this part.
Hell yeah. Carlos Flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover. This shouldn't take all night.
What are you... Look, I already told you people I didn't...
I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you.
Yeah, well... They said that too. All of them did. Back there and here, kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said that they were going to help me, that they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed, acting like they were on my side, and they thought that I could have...
It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions.
The police already...
Questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client.
Okay. So, what do you want to know?
Start with him. Start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like... What line of work are you in?
I'm with the city engineering. Or I was, or I should be.
As I thought, the police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work.
I got it slotted for the job. And,
Carlos, gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment. But based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty... utilitarian. Yeah, utilitarian. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks. Like, you can see, right? Like...
Yeah.
yeah.
Or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod.
Really?
Really. I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out. A whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present, test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate.
That sucks.
I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I started tall, I'd start small. A hand or an eye, test the water. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said because of the NCDA there was financial aid and resources.
Oh yeah, motherfucker. Cyberpunk medical debt, you fucking know it.
God.
I got shit canned, so now me and every other model is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit.
New Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment.
I work the tighter spaces, the high vault environments, mostly canopy upkeep.
Oh, okay, so we're bringing the canopy back in here. I understand.
Typical stuff for modders, you know?
He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy. You must be... Yeah, we can say under a lot of pressure. Sure, we unlocked that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's the dialogue option that we unlocked. You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off.
Damn straight. And this crap with Long. Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs is going to come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving.
No room for
Oh my-
engineering.
Yeah. And no patience for screw-ups.
He's trying very hard to not look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos?
Yeah, that. Rejection issues. Sorry, I need to kick my dog out of here because he's being very loud.
Absolutely.
Sure.
So what do you think so far, Mac?
This rocks.
Yeah, big fan.
They're like really playing into the cyberpunk bullshit already, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, I love this hell world.
Okay, hello.
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 I can't remember. Did you say this line already or no?
Rejection issues starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights.
Rejection? Did the therapy not take?
Not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything.
Then do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars?
Not in the way you're thinking.
Hmm?
I'm right-handed.
Oh my god.
So those cuts on his face are just from shaving.
Never thought this had gone so long that this would go on so long I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then the spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said, an easy fix.
Wait, so if he's got rejection problems, there's no way that he could have hit an execution style bullet 6 times in a row without his modded arm.
Doesn't seem super likely. No,
Does not seem likely at all. What the fuck? But the problem got bigger. It does explain the illegibility with his writing as well. If he's
True.
writing left-handed.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line.
Where did you turn it in?
Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't.
Doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Yeah, Niels, the between that and the spelling errors, it seemed like he was having issues. I assumed it might have been drinking, but this makes a lot of sense.
Hell no! I found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. But as long as I'm renting and not owning...
Oh, he doesn't even own his own arm! Fuck!
Oh my god.
The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance.
And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive-ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I've got 2 working arms again.
You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself just in the meantime?
I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up white knuckle tight.
Hindi? How Industries? As I recall, he's registered with one of their Habilis models.
If I took one step on site with uninsured tech... Forget the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm.
Yeah, great venue for telling disability stories when you're paying to rent limbs. That's cyberpunk, baby.
Oh, for sure.
And I'd never work in the city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but... Like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that Long's in hot shit.
You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain?
Pain will come and go. It's the itches that will kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything arm-shaped attached to me.
Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this?
What they gave me is a dead-weight, 3-jointed landfill bait piece of shit. Sorry, it's just... It's a very shitty feeling, having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits, it's compatible, technically. I can slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend, and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep, or dead.
So, were you wearing it when...
I don't know. I guess, like, she died as, like... Could that be, like... I mean, that was obviously relevant to, like, if he could have killed her, I guess, but...
That also seems like it would probably upset him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, either of these are going to upset him.
Yeah.
I'm thinking you were arrested is probably... Were you wearing it when you were arrested?
No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence.
Oh, shit. Stream just crashed.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh, game froze. Okay, hold on.
The game seems to have unfrozen on the Discord stream.
Yeah, it did. Hold on. I just got an uncoding overloaded. Great, awesome. Let me stop streaming. And... okay, it still is just bizarre. Alright, let me try... Let me see if I can just hit start streaming again and not turn off the... Okay. Alright, we should be back. I'm hoping.
It looks
that
like
we are
we are.
back. I'm closing the stream on my end. We did
Yeah, I'm
not
seeing
miss
an ad
anything. Yeah.
Seeing an ad for the Dark Universe specifically.
Oh my god.
That's so old.
No,
we-
it's for the new Orlando Universal theme park Dark Universe.
What?
I
Sorry.
will say, we shouldn't have missed any. I don't think we missed anything on stream, and I'm recording locally via OBS, so the VOD shouldn't have missed any of that. Hopefully. We'll see what happens when we make the transition over to YouTube, though. Because my internet didn't actually drop. So, fingers crossed. So we should, I think the last, so let's take this one again and then carry on.
Okay.
Cool.
But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so...
And the worst thing that happens is that I have to go in and mess with my encoding settings, which is really weird because I haven't had this problem before.
Can't have got too far.
So Detective Reyes is being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only, because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. This has all been just a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other?
Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly, saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics, focused her studies on agriculture.
It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense.
Just finished her postgrad work this year. Got hired right out of the gate. Practically headhunted, you believe that?
Carlos, sometimes you just wake up and you're married. Yeah, bud.
Yeah.
Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company be lucky to have her, unlike... It was a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too.
So her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired?
Pedigree? No, Peregree Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella.
That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but Harco is about as unsexy as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Had she adjusted well to her new job?
Yeah, they loved having her there.
She never mentioned arguments or disputes, corporate politics getting rough?
I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her.
It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I need to shout out something real fast here, which is the fact that every time we go into green text, Morgan's eyes go full black.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful.
It was?
Now I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight.
Oh.
Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important.
Alright, Miss...
Morgan,
I'll try, Morgan.
when you're ready.
We were arguing. We had been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff.
There is an ad break happening on the Twitch side. Which happened earlier, but I didn't shout it out this time because I was like, well, everybody, most of the people who are chilling are people who I know are subbed, but I'm gonna pause real fast.
No worries.
Cool.
Ugh. Gosh. How's everybody doing tonight?
How's it going out there in the whole wide world?
I'm good.
Woohoo!
I'm also good. I'm hungry. I forgot to eat dinner before this.
Oh,
no.
Jacqueline!
I was like, I should make dinner, and then hours passed, and I didn't make dinner.
Go and grab like a snack or something at least.
Nah.
A week straight of overtime?
Good fucking god.
Niels!
That's awful.
Ah! Ad break has wrapped, so we will start. We will pick up the game again.
Cool.
That was our stream start ad break.
I haven't been working, haven't been making money, I haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself, but more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money.
God, that one actually jump scared me. Jesus. The reports say you are arguing around 8 p.m.
8? Yeah, it must have been when we started. We got into it, and I said a lot of things I shouldn't have. I like to imagine Morgan literally like pulling out her phone and just like checking her text during this conversation.
Oh, absolutely. So you got Candy Crush in that thing, or?
And I said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed a line and we both knew it, so I left.
You left.
Yep. Walked out the front door, thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was...
Did you bring your phone with you or any other electronics?
No. I kind of stormed off. I didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me.
With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit?
No, not even a vending machine.
Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate.
Just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details quite right. My head is... But if my exact route would help, the cam's probably... What? What is it? Optics was what? Can that even happen?
Oh, the way his hand is flexed out. Ah!
Oh yeah.
And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning, you've got no alibi.
This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't...
Carlos, I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer.
I like her.
I love her so much. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with.
Right.
Now, you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back?
I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't know what it was. But it was loud and it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first. But at some point I must have started running because when I got back I was so out of breath. And when I saw that the front door was open, something dropped to my chest and my lungs wouldn't.
You live on the first floor, right?
Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. Like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was... The lights were off, the whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen, or... Broken glass, furniture knocked over. And she was... I called her name and she didn't move. I checked her pulse and she was still warm. Her blood was warm. And I saw...
The gun.
It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real.
Is that why you picked it up?
What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it.
Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. Bad lies, especially.
Oh, interesting.
For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie. I cannot wait to find out what the fuck is going on here. Holy shit.
I know there's some sort of gimmick or twist or something
There's
that's gonna come up,
something. There's
but
something.
I don't know what it is, and so I'm so excited to get to
I think Carlos just did it.
it.
For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie. But it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. Hey, great news! I was already doing that. I'll stop giving you any credit. Good enough.
I like that.
You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, because... yeah, fingerprints are all over it, right? Now I'm checking. There's fingerprints matching Carlos Backer Flat's left hand with 99.91% certainty. I'm so used to Ace Attorney style of naming that I am like, what is the pun?
Yeah.
It's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun.
What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just...
Carlos, all I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Yeah, Diane, Dawn, definitely it. Yeah, whatever.
Oh.
Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun?
That explains how his prints got on the gun, but not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun.
So stupid. I know what a gun looks like. But seeing it in my own home, right in front of...
You were in shock, Carlos. You still are.
The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect.
Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. I have to check this because I swear to God she said that there was no sign of a struggle.
There was no sign of forced entry, I think is what she said.
Okay.
Ah.
Victim was shot from the room's doorway. No one expected DNA. No one expected crumbs. No one expected fingerprints. No evidence of digital tampering. Okay. Okay. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight?
What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did?
They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume?
What is it?
I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene.
Oh.
It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so...
Right, it's just that...
It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details.
Oh, this is really interesting. Putting this in like the cyberpunk sort of AR framing and like letting the suspect actually go through it. That's
Let me see
cool.
it.
Take your time.
Hmm. Alright, I think I've got it.
That's how the police found things. Close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place.
Alright.
I'll take notes, you just say whatever comes to mind.
Don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point and the bed got tossed, the cushions torn. And the urn fell.
It
Other
is an
than
urn.
that... No, sorry, that's all that stands out to me.
I see. Like so?
Oh, really good.
What's wrong? Something out of place?
Uh,
His face! Oh, actually, hold on a second. I just realized I should save this. Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up.
it's just,
I love the little fucking sparkle in her eye.
I guess I just assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR?
Well, I suppose that works too.
Sorry, I didn't mean... I think your drawing was pretty good, considering.
I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos.
Right.
Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk.
Letter? What do you mean?
I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession.
A confession? But this is just a note to self.
Oh my god.
Pardon?
Look, when we fight, I lose my temper, say things I don't mean to.
This is what I was thinking! That's why I opened the letter in the middle of him explaining the events. I was like...
So this morning I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her.
Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them?
That's... I broke her fidget tubbies.
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
Her what? Her what?
Her fidget tubbies.
You look at them! Look at them, they're so cute!
I really like them.
They're these collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be like tactile, you use them as paperweights, so I love their theme as well.
The way that in the chat Neil's just went, Carlos, how could you? And Sarah said, Carlos, you really gotta get that temper under control.
Oh.
Conversation starters.
Conversation starters?
She loved those little things. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her.
No, it is not cool to bust up your partner's property. You're so right.
And I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time.
Mm.
Got so angry I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless...
Okay, let's say he did break her Frigiduckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Also, you break something with fidget in the name, I'm gonna be mad on principle. So true. Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the heartbreak killings anyway...
Didn't even bother to sweep them up. I felt so...
Oh. Yeah.
Interesting.
All right, Carlos, thanks for answering my questions. I'm going to call the police back in here and I'm going to get this cleared up for you.
What? That's it?
That's it.
Oh, okay.
Although, before I do that, I do have to ask.
Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month?
Hold on. What? No, hold on a second. What?
What's up?
Cool. Awesome. Great. Oh my god.
What's up, Mac?
This game has got me by the fucking throat.
Yeah.
I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everybody's on edge. A guy like that out there. He shoots people through the heart, right?
The police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend.
I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that's just... That doesn't mean anything, does it?
If he's this slow on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible. 4:04 a.m., June 5th, 2086.
I didn't realize you could smoke in here.
Technically, I can smoke wherever I want.
For a fee.
I guess so.
Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock.
Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this.
Yeah, that was 3K. No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though.
Uh-oh.
Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas.
Uh-oh. And, what areas are those?
You ever gamble, Carlos?
Oh my god.
No, ma'am. I never go anywhere near loot boxes. Won't touch the stuff.
I meant more like playing cards. Oh, shit.
Well, then no to that, too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck.
Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long... Yeah, her whole theming does scream gambler. You can still win. Which makes things pretty fun.
Okay, so, do you have a good poker face?
I like to think so.
And are you lucky?
Only when the stakes are high.
And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker, and the state's the dealer?
If only. No, the state's more like the house.
You mean like the house always wins?
Yes. They're
I'm
very
gonna
good
die
at
in
it.
prison, dog.
Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there and we're down here. That's why they're the house.
This is so good.
This whips!
So what do we do?
We play the cards we're dealt as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually, someone will come over, tap the dealer on the shoulder, and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave.
That doesn't sound very triumphant.
The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose.
Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say?
Just leave all the talking to me.
So that's the strategy. What's up?
You know there's a saying about gamblers with strategies?
Oh my gosh. Yo, ready to confess yet? Cause I already woke up the DA.
Already? She must be new. The district attorneys have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Yeah, what should I say? Nothing. Not a goddamn thing, Carlos. It's shut the fuck up Saturday. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials. And they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to call them back. Because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here.
Right. What she said.
You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor.
Wait, did Twitch actually censor that? No. If it did, somebody allowed it pretty quick. All good. Because I can't see... Well, I'm not in mod view anyway.
Different generations, I guess. Before my time kind of thing.
I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Oh, it gave you a warning. Yeah, no, you're good.
Counselor, we have your client's written confession.
His written confession. Let's start there.
Okay, we'll
be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with facts, what's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table.
Pretty simple, counselor. Real paint-by-numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment. With his fingerprints on it. Apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, how are you planning on spinning that?
Yeah, it doesn't even look like we're getting to court today. Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night. Now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me.
Well?
My client did write that note, and it was an apology. But not for murder. He was apologizing for...
Ooh.
Oh. He was simply apologizing for this.
The hell is that?
I found myself asking that exact same question.
What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene?
This diagram of the room, it's created from data you captured, right?
Pure, non-GMO, augmented reality crime scene data. Yeah.
What's non-GMO?
Not much these days.
Oh, that's really funny. Notice anything out of place?
Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder.
Yeah, the poker metaphor does explain why she collects poker chips when she gathers info. Yeah, it's great. Full of busted shit for sure. I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room.
The hell is that?
Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed.
Actually, that's not possible.
Oh?
Because that vase... Hold on. Oh, shit. How badly do I want to fucking save scum this?
What were the options again?
Is a fake, wasn't damaged. Oh, wasn't damaged.
Wasn't damaged, yeah.
Yeah. Not possible for that debris to have come from the vase. Because that vase is still pristine.
How is that?
Thank you, Niels and Sarah, for... I overthought it.
How is that possible?
Come on, dude.
The lady at that garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it, the one time I try and thrift shop on my own.
Carlos.
Well, so what? What does it even matter?
If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it.
I'm gonna check something really quick. Okay, I am not dropping frames. Then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over.
You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming?
I am, because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of fidget
tubbies.
What he said. What he's being cut in and cut back out. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident. And this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology.
Can you prove that?
We're taking this seriously?
As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note, and we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. How, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple.
Those things.
I love this game. She just can't be bothered to remember the word.
The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as the arcs clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too. You really gonna claim he sat down to write an apology for breaking your toys after gunning her down?
Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. It's gotta be the rental, right?
It is a dusty fidget tubby slayer.
That seems like it would make sense, yeah.
Yeah, this feels like the only thing that can make sense. But I'll fucking save scum this if it turns out to be wrong.
Oh, sure.
It's either the rental or the note, and I'm pretty sure it's the rental. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody.
Huh?
One swipe of your finger should show how exactly how devastating it was to the Fickle Buddy ecosystem. Fickle Buddy!
It's fidget tubbies.
Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your techs found ceramic debris on it, yes?
Now that you mention it.
Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm. While he was killing her. Happy?
Overjoyed, because
even a cheap arm's got an operating system that'll log the last time it was worn, right?
Right.
See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report. It said that rental hadn't been used since the AM.
Whose side are you on, old man?
It's gotten pretty late, sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can.
Well, thank you for your service.
Well, thank you for your service.
Holy shit, what is happening?
Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded?
Reyes, I love you.
I fucking love Reyes.
Oh, good.
Setting aside Detective Reyes' surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles, you're correct. They held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what?
So what?
After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos is right-handed. That's the thing that he's sensitive about. Because Carlos is right-handed, you fucking dumbasses.
Yeah, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something?
Your permanent record, buddy boy. Oh. So the reason why that note looks like asylum wall scribbles...
Seraph said, really hoping Reyes becomes disgraced and has to come work for Morgan.
Oh my god, what a crazy dynamic that would be.
It's just because he had to use his left hand to write it.
I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left hand anyway. I just thought it could be good practice. Taking that into account alongside the ceramics.
Your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet.
Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it.
That's right, that coat is...
What? You gonna claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small?
She's trying to bait me, in her typical low-key fashion. You won't always have a stronger hand. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Oh, so it's a tutorial. Take as little damage as possible and wait for a more favorable chance. She must have something. No sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, detective? I love what the fuck is happening back there. Holy shit.
Oh, for sure. I'm just curious. What'll it be next? You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? Oh.
Wait, hold on. What do I do?
So
Oh,
it's
I'm just staying. Okay.
yeah.
Gee, Carlos, do you?
No.
Yeah? Sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention?
No, I'm afraid not.
Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime.
To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. Going there now without hard evidence. Because I don't have evidence, right?
No.
Yeah, no, I don't. I didn't even see the thing for the coat. He was wearing this because he was outside. So, you know. I have no evidence of a third person at this time.
Damn right you don't.
Yeah, Raise is a great option.
It's clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming.
Was I supposed to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. Okay. Welcome back, PB.
Yay.
We're not contesting any of that, Detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene. Which was not smart,
Hey.
but not illegal either.
And that's all. He had her blood all over his clothes.
Yes, he did.
Right.
Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way?
The lab finished with them a while ago.
What are you getting at?
It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me?
You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. It stinks of bullshit in here anyway.
And here I thought the room smelled like... Psst, Morgan. What are you doing? My coat's covered in blood. I remember that much. So doesn't that, like, make me look really bad?
Just relax, Carlos.
Pretty sure that's impossible.
You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you.
Really?
Really. Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck, or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing.
What was it that reminded me of?
Interesting. Alright, here it is. One bloodstained jacket fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? You gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce?
No. That would be silly.
She actually thought it over.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the fact that they're holding off on the, how could he have shot a woman through a doorway with that pinpoint accuracy when he's right-handed and also experiencing severe tremors is, like, very clearly the icing on the cake here, and they're just building up to it.
So what the hell's your point? Hey.
Sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune.
What good fortune.
You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. She's just proven your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart. By a gun that happens to be an old-world pre-tagging firearm.
And
So, this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter.
is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense?
Sense happens to be key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can... Oh, shit.
Interesting.
Oh, this is... That's true! No gunpowder! Oh! Is that a smell?
You can definitely smell gunpowder. It smells very strong.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Should I say...
Is there anything on the evidence? Like, are you able to check that at this point?
Yeah, let me take a look. Flat's coat. Blood on the sleeve matches that of the victim with 99.989% certainty. No other details of any forensic significance found.
So no gunpowder on it, yeah.
So no gunpowder on it. Yeah, I looked at a chat and Niels just said no gunpowder, baby, which is so true, bestie. Yeah, Jane, I'm asking for your expert advice here. Do you think I should go with smells?
I think smell. I listen. I played the demo a while ago, so I don't remember the exact correct options.
Okay, great.
But smell is my feeling.
Okay, hold on.
I'd say let's smell this.
Don't worry about it.
I didn't see anything.
Morgan's playing Subway Surfers real quick.
Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell.
I don't smell anything except dried blood.
Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of...
Cigarette. That's what I've been smelling.
Oh my god, London. Yes, Detective London, I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation?
I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket?
If you would.
Let's see. Huh. No gunpowder.
What? What about gunpowder?
Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time.
You can't be more than a few years older than me.
Sorry, one of the selling
I love
points
how
this
that
game
comes back
has
around.
is permadeath mode if you guess wrong too many times.
Whoa!
Oh my god.
What does that even mean?
Why am I the one playing this game? But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence.
What the hell is she talking about, London?
Modern firearms like the ones we carry use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. And they don't leave behind any residue.
Gunpowder residue.
You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one? It'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days.
So then his coat...
If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it.
Well, whatever. That just means he washed off after shooting her, or he changed his clothes.
That's not impossible, but it would be pretty pointless.
Huh?
If you don't trust your noses, oh hey, long COVID's in this universe. His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue, just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing. As soon as possible.
Whoa.
They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them. But that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say. I mean, it is a demo, Morgan. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Did she get a message?
Wait, did they actually manage to find it?
Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes?
You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you.
Thanks.
But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting. And right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer.
Wanna bet? Photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers.
I guess if it's like a moment of wanting to hear what she has to say, maybe we stay.
Yeah, we don't know what she's got.
Yeah, I want to stay here. I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Also, again, the scrubbers are bad at their job, you're so right. Didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting?
Sure there was. But this isn't from optics.
Good thing I held my tongue. As I thought, the scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from outside the network. Which means...
Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this.
Well...
PB saying, don't try to pull an update autopsy report on me, Reyes.
Okay, the quality is lacking. And yet, there it is. I managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No, with the skill their tools operate on, I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are...
Well,
it's a little bit...
Blurry.
don't look at me. I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone.
Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on.
Until he managed to get this shot through the window.
Ping's the time of the shooting at 9 o'clock. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted, and so compressed it looks like it's from another century.
There are tools that could enhance.
Enhance this image any further and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge.
Yeah, you're probably right. We couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Either way, it doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo... What the hell is happening to me?
Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know had their left-hand fingerprints all over that gun?
You're referring to my client.
You think? We've established he wasn't.
Heel.
Oh yeah.
I love
We've
her.
established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight. So he must have shot with his left.
Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever.
Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you were going, you somehow end up dry. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test.
Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, then that means that photo doesn't show what it appears to show.
So, at a loss for words.
Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly? Was it taken in a mirror?
Oh.
Exactly. Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we DN on the phone's owner and ask them where...
Why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tell us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance to the apartment faces the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom.
Look at where the mirror is positioned. I mean, you can obviously tell that, like, the bullet went, we don't know that there's an exit wound, but I'm guessing that this mirror was shattered by a bullet.
Uh-huh.
PB just said the moment they mentioned a mirror in the crime scene, I knew it was going to matter. The moment they showed the mirror in the crime scene and I saw the crack, I was like, that bullet hit that mirror. Straight up and down.
Absolutely. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window.
From the north. If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the...
It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street.
Oh, shit. Why are you asking me to do this one? This is hard. This one's really hard. Okay, this is west. This is north. But there's a mirror blocking it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we've got the compass here. Northern window facing the southern hallway where the shooter stood. So does that mean that I raise here? The fact that they made this a fucking bet is crazy.
Yeah. Oh my god.
So we're looking into... Oh, this is not my line.
So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window.
She's wrong. I should seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide. Photo was taken from the north. Raise. Photo was taken from the west. Yes. Okay. This is scary, but...
Oh, that was cool.
That was really cool.
Man.
I'm afraid that's simply not possible, detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west.
What kind of bluff is that supposed to be?
Good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative.
The hell do you mean this was taken from the west?
The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARCS data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. Now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting.
And?
Now raise the ante on a hand up to the current max. Ooh. Answer wrong and you'll lose more credit, but answer correctly, you can bank up more credit for trickier hands down the line.
Ooh.
Reyes should use the phrase the devil you say more you know, given the title of the game. It's so right. Altogether, that tells us this photo must have been taken through the west window, as long as you consider.
Let's raise that shit like the max, right?
Yeah, I think it's got to be the statement, right?
I think so. Is the statement the one that talks about the mirror?
Yeah, that's the only one that I have.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, I don't have anything else.
I'd say put that statement and pop up that bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just take one look at the clock in that photo.
Oh, you had to press the thing before you put in the statement, I guess.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Oh. That's fine.
The clock? What about it?
Clock, huh?
Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high.
Photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong.
What was it that... Did Morgan just say if he's got a wrong idea, I should let him run with it? Or I should pounce on it? Okay.
Pounce on it.
Mirror was upright, clock was on the wall, chair got knocked over. Me scrolling through. Clock was on the ground? I don't even remember seeing the clock on the ground.
Ah. Is the idea here that he would think the time is wrong because...
Check the autopsy report, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good
Where's the
idea.
Autopsy report. There it is. Time of death 9 p.m. LOL, I want to know who wrote that note. Alright, I want to look really quick and see what the options are here. Stay. Time of death could be wrong. Raise. He's wrong, the time of death is correct.
Interesting. I don't know here.
Oh.
Because if we're talking about this photo, then it looks like it isn't, the clock isn't at 9, and I don't think the mirror would change that. Or wait, do we have that photo?
Yeah, hold on, I'm looking.
This is at 9. I think.
That is 9.
Yeah, I forgot how
says...
clocks work for a second.
That is 9. This one's hard. This one's really hard. I don't actually know.
I'm pretty sure I got stuck on this bit when I played the demo originally.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I bet, dog. This one's really hard. I'm not sure.
Save scum. No. What are you saying, Jen?
I'm not. I guess I remembered how it works. I don't know how much input you want from me based on that.
Here's the thing. I'm not above just. I'm not above being like, what do I do here? I'm really not.
Yeah.
I'm the kind of fucker who will just read a walkthrough.
I'm fine with hearing some input from our dear Jane.
Yes.
Well, the picture shows a left-handed shooter.
Yes.
And we want to prove that the shooter was not left-handed.
Right. So we're showing that we're trying to prove that this isn't a mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm trying to prove that this photo was taken through a mirror, right?
This image has been flipped to make the clock look right, and that in the process has made it look like...
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the time of death is wrong?
The time of death is correct.
But this isn't a picture of the shooting. Okay.
So am I raising here, I guess is my question.
Yes.
Okay. I kind of thought so, because I'm like, yeah, obvious, like, yes, yes, the time of death is correct. So I thought that I was going to hit raise here, but I was like, uh-oh, I'm second guessing myself, which is what happened earlier on that one article that we read that was the lowest stakes thing possible.
Absolutely.
That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer's no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree the time of death was 9 p.m.
Right, no mistaking that.
So then what the hell were you on about?
There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock.
9 p.m., the time of the shooting. The hell's so special about that?
Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but... Do you remember there being a clock in the room? Oh.
Ah, okay, there we are. That makes sense.
There we go. I literally said that too. I was like, I don't remember seeing a clock, but...
What?
Actually, I don't recall there being a clock.
That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor.
And?
The only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so.
Ah, what the hell is that supposed to be?
An artistic rendition.
It's very distinct.
You had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting. Why didn't you just add that to the arcs?
And show you my hand?
Ah.
Just because discovery law compels us to share info doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Slip my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred,
And this photo must be looking through the western window to see it.
Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m. The same time that this photo was taken of the shooter. But you want to claim that that clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting?
you've got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. I think this one might be... Is this one the mirror?
Wait, which one?
I'm not looking at the fidget tubbies again. I don't need to.
So fair.
Morgan every day.
Oh, okay. So it pulls the. No, it doesn't. It doesn't pull all of that. Okay. Shards fell onto victim, right?
Mm-hmm.
That seems like it makes sense, yeah.
That makes sense to me.
Make sure to wait. Make sure to increase the bet thing first.
Oh, good point, James.
Whoop! Should I go higher?
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, I guess if we think it's right, then like we can just max it out.
I'm scared.
That's fair. But what's life without a little fear?
Oh yeah,
gotta
it
get into the
definitely
mindset.
is.
Glass shards? What about them?
Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body
So they couldn't have...
and not
Right.
under it.
Right. Yes, okay.
So the mirror had to have shattered at the point of the shot.
If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean...
That she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed.
But that's...
But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards?
It's a good
Like,
question.
you gotta shut the fuck
Carlos.
up.
Shut the fuck up, Saturday. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes?
Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds.
So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom?
That this was personal and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens.
Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened.
So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. And we have a photo right here.
And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult, and maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger, because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos.
Like hell it can't.
The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting, and we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall, which means that this photo of the shooter was taken from the west.
Back to this shit? That's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south.
Exactly.
The only person with prints on that gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people.
You're a very honest person, detective.
Excuse me?
That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You've played your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo.
What?
What we're seeing is... Shit! You think 3 of a kind wins poker, dipshits? Okay, this one's really hard.
The
It
question here-
has to be the mirror, right?
That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm
nothing
getting
else
like
makes sense.
I'm getting like worked into a shoot about it, but I think it has to be the mirror.
Yeah, I think it has to be the mirror. The victim is I think the victim is here as a red herring.
Yeah, I think because like it would just be us being like, it's not the victim, it's the victim.
Yes, I want to overwrite the save slot. Fuck it. All in, motherfucker.
What is that? You trying the glass shards again?
Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from?
Yeah, sure. They came from
From a standing mirror. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window.
But then that would mean
At that angle, from that viewpoint.
It would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered. Because it just proved that my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever. The impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. Lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy.
oh
You
my
look
God.
dissatisfied, Detective Reyes.
That's one word for it.
Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary. Reyes, go give your application to Morgan tomorrow. My client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, you received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. I love every single one of these Morgan faces, thank you.
She's multiplying.
Oh, that's... He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one.
A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs. A bit. Awesome. That's the best you've got? Even a bare-bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it into a clinic, which would have left a record on his shoulder OS. A record you won't find. And he'd still have to have somehow gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? That is loud. And I turned the volume on this game down. Well? Uh-oh. Key art, key art, key art! PB had just said if this was Danganronpa, we'd be playing a rhythm game right now.
Oh yeah, you know it.
Detective?
God. Damn! It!
Awesome. Sick.
I love that the L is highlighted as well.
Yeah, it rocks.
Absolute L here.
Uh,
Show me your hand, Flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you.
Now I gotta go call the DA. And tell her I made a mistake.
Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know.
Detective.
Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger, and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah.
That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward.
Sure. Feel exactly the same, counselor. What happens now?
I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. And rats, you get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact.
Yay? But what am I supposed to do?
The detectives will continue their investigation.
Her investigation into the heartbreak, huh?
Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements.
No, that's not what I... Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore.
People die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean.
Can't make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do?
Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors.
No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself, to try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me.
Uh-oh. I really hate that he said that. I am afraid.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
I'm really afraid. You're welcome, Carlos, but it's my job to.
No, I mean, thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her.
God.
Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking give it to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I thought.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's what
I
I
thought
thought.
so. I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah.
That's about what I thought.
Fuck yes.
Genuinely,
Oh my god.
genuinely
Yeah.
thought that. I was like, yeah. It was like
Yeah.
halfway through. We were about
No,
halfway
this-
through, and I went, huh.
And as soon as the first time I played this demo with Jane, as soon as we got to the first like cool little cutaway thing, I was like, okay, I think I hope this is what's happening here. I'm so excited for it.
Yeah.
I must be the idiot in the call then, because this caught me completely off guard the first time I played it. Like, it fucking got me.
I feel like I've been reading a lot of like, I want to call them subversive mysteries.
Yeah.
Recently that have kind of like tuned me into these sorts of plot twists. And also like you have to have a little something on a game like this to like really kind of like give it a little pizzazz, right? Like
Make it
like,
not just Ace Attorney.
to make it not just like, yes, but also like slightly less than that, like to make it something new and fresh when you have, I think the adventure game genre is full of mysteries, right? It's
Yeah.
really easy to do that. Like, you set up puzzles, and then you have, like... And PB wants to say that it absolutely got them, too. So
Okay,
you're not the only one, Jane.
It got PB as well.
Yeah, it caught PB off guard as well. I knew that there had to be something going on. I think there was... Oh, you know what it was? It was the photo. It was the photo of the shooter. I was waiting for Reyes to look up and say that it was you.
Yeah.
And then Reyes didn't, and I went, okay. So, but I was like, that doesn't rule out that it was... But, cool. Awesome. Yeah. This rips.
I will say one thing that just like really annoys me about this game is that the trailer for the demo spoils this.
Really?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
such a bummer, actually.
Yeah, this is why, Jacqueline, when I was saying like you should play this, I was telling you like go on the page, just scroll straight down, don't watch the fucking trailer, just download it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And this is why I just like straight up I just don't watch trailers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Seraph said sometimes I make a killer guess.
Yep.
The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place, easy to find, hard to miss. But the blood's always different. Flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. Perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with singular universal meaning. Vitality at its climax. Screenshotting this one too. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal.
Oh, I love her.
I love her so much.
She's such a freak.
Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. It's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but... whatever. No, show me that, show me that, show me that, show me that.
Let's go! Likes high, yeah.
High places,
Nosy
gambling
people,
guns,
huh?
Nosy people, mud headphones. Batting cages, Maputo. Cannot carry a tune!
Oh my god.
Hold on. Show me the difference in... Oh, the difference
Criminal
in her...
defense attorney versus criminal defense attorney.
Oh, the comma!
Fucking Saul Goodman ass.
Oh my god.
Fucking awesome! Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. Oh my god, she's had her hand in her pocket the entire time. I was thinking about that.
Oh
I was
my
thinking about the fact
God.
that her right hand has been in her pocket this entire time. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash. But cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady.
Me?
Moping around in the dark in here, must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend? Back for an encore of that enthralling conversation. Yeah, it does explain why her eyes go dead when she's in this internal monologue mode. Well, can't ask her now.
Hey. Yeah.
These old pieces are so goddamn loud. People aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. But I didn't see anything I could use as even a partial suppressor on the way in. Can I really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces and small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash. This room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean. Organized, even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except, there's shit on the floor. By the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not.
I love how that retroactively
It's actually
explains why she
really
hates those
irritating.
things so much.
Oh, yeah.
No, say that again, Jane?
It retroactively explains why she hates the little fidget toys so much.
Oh my fucking god. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything? I kick the wall. Something falls from it, probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets of my frustration, and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. The whole tossed room was a temper tantrum after seeing the fidget things. At least it will be consistent.
Your Honor, she's neurodivergent.
I love her. I am in love with her. Oh my god.
I need my criminal common defense attorney, GF.
This was all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... Ugh. Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? Niels, gods, I was like, oh, the one red-headed woman I'm not attracted to, and then she had to go and do this. What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? Her autistic fixation is perfect crime scenes, Your Honor. All of the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting. This is a call-out for me. I keep screenshotting things because this is a call-out for me.
Oh, for sure.
This is her emotional support murder.
And all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but... Okay. Seraph said, see, I was attracted from the start, proving my instincts correct. I'm always falling for amoral lesbians. Here's my story. Morgan looked so much like Kafka from Honkai Star Rail, and I should have taken that as my first sign.
That's really funny.
No, that's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That he got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window. It would have irritated me to no end. Your Honor, I love her. Now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. Here's Wadey tonight. Thick. Energized. Heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair.
Your Honor, she's only guilty of theft, stealing my heart.
Legit! They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too.
Woman living in a system.
Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. 5:01 a.m. Sorry for... I'm not apologizing for the long stream. There was no way that if... leaving off right at the end, right as it was getting good,
Absolutely not.
Sorry, using my left is still...
That's okay. You can just initial in those spots. I took a scenic room home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching. Made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have had enough sense to ask for a lawyer and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning.
Okay, where else?
I want to see something really quick.
Uh-huh.
Oh no, that's the evidence, sorry. Search terms. A gambler
Roll.
with a system must be, to a lesser or greater extent, insane.
Fair enough.
Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. This is job security. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals, maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes. More headaches. Cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now, Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with a case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there. Like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. Oh my fucking god.
Oh, he's so fucking onto you. He's so fucking onto you.
Holy shit!
He absolutely clocked that.
That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. She's so fucking cool. I love that the Phoenix Wright gambit of, well, someone in this courtroom must have done it still holds true here. Oh!
Yeah.
But obviously everything turned out rosy. It's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house? That's just a bonus. Morgan said all cops are bastards.
I think she believes that for different reasons to us.
Yeah, I mean,
Thanks again,
yeah,
Morgan,
but
for
also she's still right.
Absolutely.
Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too.
Funny.
That's fucked up.
I know her name. Oh.
Something the matter?
No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So when she died...
Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground.
No, I know, but I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me.
I really want to know what it was that he said to her that he really regretted.
Yeah.
She must have died hating me.
Oh. The classic Ace Attorney end of case gambit.
Oh, sorry, hold on. I didn't click on this yet, so...
Look, poor.
Student debt sizable.
Oh.
Same, man.
What do I...
Battery or...
What do I have?
Oh, the pill organizer. Maybe? She was holding it, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She was holding it, and it never came up.
I feel like that says something.
It was his meds in there as well.
Yeah, she was organizing them, or like making sure that, yeah.
To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself.
What is it?
Something I noticed in the ARC's data that I didn't quite understand. Piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. It was the pill organizer.
Yeah.
But maybe you can make sense of it.
What is the... Where did you find that?
That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained triprexazone, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky clasps, too, for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand.
Oh.
Oh.
No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week.
Oh.
To my eyes, anyway.
Oh. How sweet.
Yeah.
That
Okay, I think
hurted
there's
me.
one more scene, and then that's the end of the demo.
Okay.
Do you think my computer has 35 minutes left on it? Do you think that's enough
I think that's
time to get...
probably enough.
That I really, really hope that's enough.
Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face.
Oh my god.
It's not like I care about his feelings. Doubt I'll ever see him again. Girl! He's showing up in episode 3.
You know it.
But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. So why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. But there won't be a next time for heartbreak. The gun's in custody. There's no more bullets left. There won't be a 7th victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one will. There we go.
Found you.
District Attorney Rockford.
Sorry, can I try that again? I'm so fried.
By all means.
Counselor Morgan, morning, noon, or night, you're always so put together.
I knew that she was going to say that. Thank you.
I don't get it. How do you sleep at night?
Pardon?
You do white noise, aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it.
PB said, here's the feminine yaoi.
God, I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters.
Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. Yeah, this is...
It so is. It so is Light and L.
I was going to say that they're Light and L if they were Phoenix and Edgeworth.
Oh my god.
And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job, and hard for me to read.
Should I buy a new mattress?
What if they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma?
Oh, well... Actually, I'm here for you.
Me? Well, then I want to see her profile.
Just like sunburn.
Dead
Me
pixels
too,
and eye
girl.
strain. Cat person?
I-
Yes.
Plays
Shout out.
chess, shogi, idol savant stars.
Coffee, toffee, haute couture.
She's just like me for real.
She's just like me for real.
She does seem very Jacqueline coded.
Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings. That's my case. Oh, the
Well.
glasses glare!
Yeah, the glasses glare rocks. Well, then you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me.
No. Why would I be worried about going up against you?
It's always the unintended barbs with her. So you're working with those detectives?
Yeah, London and the new girl, Reyes. They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial.
Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious.
I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little.
It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Reyes told you they had HK in custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here.
Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours.
Girl,
Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all.
oh,
I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer. The same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks.
she's not using his middle name.
He was found with a murder weapon.
But I can answer that any number of ways. There are a number of ways that you can answer this.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a wrong answer here, to be honest.
I don't think there
do-
is either.
IMO do one that's not the photo because it's a photo of you.
That's true.
Or do the photo one because it's a photo of you and it's Yuri.
Rub it in her face. Yeah.
Really funny.
You have to rub it in her face, actually. I've completely changed my mind on this.
I love this. I love this shot. It's great. That may be true, but
But then I glanced at the report.
you glanced at it?
No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes.
Right.
Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note.
I love how pissed off she looks.
Whatever it was about. His dominant arm modded, with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean.
See, this is the shit that I'm saying.
Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints.
She got all that from a glance? It really is the most toxic of Yuri. Let's fucking go.
So, but I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here.
I sure did. Of course. Worst part is she's not even being sarcastic.
I like Morgan looking into the camera like fucking Bugs Bunny. Yeah, it couldn't have been him. Of course. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile.
Profile?
Yeah, Alright, sorry, you've probably never heard of it.
I know what a goddamn profile is.
A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera.
Or before they even leave the house.
I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it.
Should I ask about profiling or should I just ask about the MO?
Up to you. Guess information is king or whatever.
I
guess-
guess so.
I would pick the ammo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, if it's a choice, do you know?
Well, at least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon.
He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills.
Oh shit. Were there other shootings with the same MO?
No, not that I've found.
Other victims that fit the description?
No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other. But they also look like a lot of people.
Oh, Morgan said that too. That's true.
Hell. They kind of look like me. Oh my god! I'm going
Nuclear
crazy.
grade, weapons grade toxic.
Oh
I'm going crazy.
my fucking god!
Oh. I need the Dojin on my desk by 7 a.m. stat.
Oh my fucking god!
I don't think you need a Dojin, I think it's just in the game.
I think that's fair.
Hold on a second, I have to readjust the way that I'm sitting so that I'm not, like... Oh my word!
Sure. What, you don't see it?
I had hadn't thought about it.
Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time.
This shit is a masterpiece. This is one of the best demos of all time. This is the demo.
Oh, yeah.
This is episode 0.
Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why
Oh, she's so sleepy.
that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer.
You've got something catchier in mind?
I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets.
I do also like that Emma is deliberately not referring to heartbreak with he/him pronouns like every single other motherfucker in this game has.
Literally just about to say, Morgan, every sentence is like, wow, it's crazy what he did, right?
Yeah.
And Emma's just not biting.
6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun, it's the perfection.
That's hard to wrap your head around.
I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, but...
Say the line, Patrick. Or say the line, Bart, rather. A mistake.
Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed.
Are you talking about the crime scene?
Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right?
Based on what you've said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing.
On the contrary.
I don't follow.
This was the last bullet. Their last shot.
Oh my
The other 5 were perfect.
fucking god!
So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum.
You make them sound like a child.
Childish, and cowardly, and two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. A gambler.
Your profile tell you all that?
That? No. That part's just... takes one to know one.
So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique?
The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it.
Okay, in fairness, on that one, I think that was just Jacqueline.
What did I do?
When you said a gambler.
Oh, I did say it. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
that was...
you added
That was just Jacqueline. That wasn't
That was
Emma.
good. That was a good addition.
It was a really good addition. Welcome back to Zero Escape the Game.
Stabbing, overkill, points to their passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poisoning guns, meanwhile, suggests they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There is a lot of recurring themes in their stories.
The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence.
Oh shit, my computer's at 6%. Maybe I should grab my charger?
Oh,
You should
shit.
grab your charger right now.
Yeah, go
Okay,
get
we
it.
are one second.
Neil says, I'm so anxious for Morgan here. Listen, we have more game per game to play. Emma can't catch her out now.
I think it'd be really funny if Morgan gets caught at the start of the demo, and then it's just 5 episodes of like Morgan sitting around and like waiting for bail to get posted.
Legit. Presumably this is the end, and then we will not stream for this long in episode 1, presumably because episode 1 is going to be... Neil said this could be a prison escape game series for all I know. Presumably for episode 1 we will not stream this long. We will go to our normal 3 hours. Thank you for sticking around.
Sorry, I misinformed everyone about how long this was.
Oh, no, you said an hour and a half, but visual novels are always longer when you start voice acting them. Always. And I always forget that. The time commitment is forgiven because this is perfection. I am so glad that we started playing this now, instead of waiting until we finished Virtue's Last Reward. Like, I really want to finish Virtue's Last Reward. Do not even get me wrong. I cannot wait to finish Virtue's Last Reward, but I am hooked on this.
Yeah, same.
And you haven't played episode 1 yet. I mean, it came out 2 days ago, but I'm still asking.
No, I haven't.
Okay, so we will all be going in blind for episode 1.
Thank you, PB. I am absolutely Evil Woman's strongest soldier.
So true. Jacqueline.
My computer died, sorry.
No, you're
okay.
all good. We were just vamping. Alright, ready?
Yeah.
So, how much can his crimes possibly tell you?
That he's diligent. Almost perfect. Highly intelligent, painstakingly organized. And with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm.
It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself.
Oh.
Sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time.
A lone wolf, educated, but...
All her playfully lethal instincts coming to life.
probably overqualified or undervalued.
Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor I would be the...
Know what I mean?
Definitely!
And considering the marksmanship.
The detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement?
Never in 10 billion years.
Oh.
Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. Maybe kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation.
Right, that's exactly how I'd put it.
There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves.
Insert themselves? I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HK is not a cop, how did they know about the blackout timing?
Crime meta statistics analysis, probably.
Pardon?
Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out, look for brief spikes and delays, chart out the dips, and... Sorry. Technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator. Anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to.
That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type.
In a city with an 8-digit population.
Shit. Well, good luck.
I love her so much.
I don't need luck. I only need more information.
Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources.
No, Morgan. I mean I need more crime scenes.
Oh.
Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them.
Oh, shit.
Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies.
Stares bleakly at the next 5 episodes upcoming of this game. Oh,
Section of
no.
Wikipedia is a stub. You can help by expanding it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, are y'all good over there? Please breathe, Niels. Not a very fair trade, is it?
No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given.
Alright, good. I'm glad that you're fine.
It's a deal with the devil.
Fair enough.
Oh, okay, that rant was morbid and detailed. I need to get out more, or sleep more.
Mood, girl. I love this expression she's wearing too.
Me at 4 a.m. Maybe.
Or sleep less, but harder. You think a higher thread count would help?
Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom.
Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah?
No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you?
Don't tempt me.
If you fall asleep face first onto the table, I won't even take a picture.
Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats.
Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. And the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do.
God.
Oh my god!
But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. Yeah, I bet you think that. You think that. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view.
Let's go! Oh my god, this is so good! Oh, is there a little something? Who are you?
Hi.
Jane?
Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while.
For how long?
I'm sorry, I don't know. There's no need to look that upset over it.
My face barely moved.
It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that.
This friend of yours, they're trustworthy?
Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on. It'll be fun.
I really also feel like, sorry to interrupt this like incredibly intense moment, but I do feel like that gif where it's like heaven's light just coming onto your face and I'm like, so I'm like I am in like a semi-dark room and this is so bright.
Oh, yeah. Really?
Really. Educational, too. I think you stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, gamers! Why, yes, we are going through the entire credits.
Hey, that fucking owned.
Holy shit, what a good game.
Oh, PB makes a good point. This robot girl has got to be our MIFA, right? So 2 minutes, 2 hours until she's accused of murder. I think that seems true.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, feels right.
Well, you know what? Making me $9 poorer in a few days. Should be continued in.
You're the smartest. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people.
There's always been nut jobs to find the companies where it's controversial.
Lawyers don't usually show up at the crime scene this fast. I said it would be a pain in the ass. I never said I couldn't do it.
The company's got us set for life, and probably afterwards, too.
I'd rather die than play the kind of slop those machines compose.
So that's not just a lawyer job thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too?
Shout out Reyes.
Compared to determining fault, determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air.
A company has every right to defend itself.
These laws exist for good reason, you know.
People like that just don't belong in this world. Father said that you owed him.
I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it.
Let's go! Of the Devil episode 1.
Woohoo! And I don't mind. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, it is an hour and 15 minutes later than it was.
Yeah.
We
It
usually
is.
stop streaming.
4 a.m. where I am.
Ah!
It's fine. It was worth it for evil women.
Yeah, this game fucking rules. We will be back. PB will be back with us next week also. I'm gonna cut us to the thanks for watching screen. PB will be back with us next week also. I'm pretty sure we are going to start playing through episode 1 of The Devil. So we will do that, and then we will bump back to Virtue's Last Reward once we have finished it. Jane, you'll be joining us, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yay.
So look out for that. I am so excited. This game rips. So thank you for coming out, and we'll see you guys. We'll be back. Jay and Claudia will be back on, Sleepover Sundays tomorrow. Jay and Claudia will be back on Monday. Marn and I are going to start streaming The Witness on Tuesday. So good week of streams upcoming. So thank you for joining us, and we will see you all later.
Bye.
Bye bye.